can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
KAILASA, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu God, Paramashiva, is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good, and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, KAILASA, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of KAILASA, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as an incarnation of Paramashiva as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of KAILASA. He began reviving KAILASA from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. KAILASA that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. Kailasa has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, and culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
Purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive. That science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science
which is the core for Enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, Kailasa stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. Absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want a one ideology Hinduism under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, Character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailasians. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailasa. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed my picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. Since 1994 up to until now. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. Kailasa is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
Nithyananda Paramashivam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadguruntam Namami. Nithyanam, everybody. Welcome each and every one of you for today's Parashakti Akashic readings, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. A few security measures from KAILASA's National Security Agency. Photography, video and audio recording of any kind is strictly prohibited. Please be on mute and be on camera. And if you need to step out due to some unavoidable situation, please inform the digital security officer. Let us go over some of the important cautions. We welcome all the Kailasvasis attending from Kailasa's monasteries, gurukuls, temples, ashrams, and centers from around the world. We welcome all the Facebook, Instagram, Nithyananda TV, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter and YouTube viewers, and all those who are blessed to have the Naina Diksha, which is the two-way video conferencing, for joining us for today's sacred spiritual program, the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So let us now learn about Devi Parashakti, the Divine Cosmic Mother. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti, and it is her cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source of the Big Bang and the black holes. Devi Parashakti is the divine consort of Paramashiva, who is the primordial god of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals the first and foremost relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even the idea to relate, starts with mother. Mother is an important way to connect with what you think as life. In the Vedic tradition, it is used, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with the mother should be directed to the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness. It should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. Connecting with life as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, and most easiest form to ever connect with. And today, out of his extreme love and compassion, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So, what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan? The very word Samadhi comes from the Sanskrit root words Sama and Adi. Sama means oneness and Adi means source. Samadhi means one with the source. And Bhava means attitude or aspect. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment when we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being, as just seeing such a being can cleanse karmas of lifetimes and create a deep and a lasting transformation in us. Darshan is the powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when you're able to catch it becomes a moment of darshan for you, like hitting the reset button on your being. The signs of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Divine cosmic beings are real and they manifest from KAILASA, the enlightened time-space zone through the deities and incarnations. The divine cosmic beings manifest through the Archavatara, which are the deities in the temples, and through the Bhava Samadhi Darshans of the Nijavatars, the incarnation. Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatar, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. The Archavatar, which is the deity, reflects the consciousness and the manifestation of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive this higher level experiences from the Archavatar directly. That is the reason the avatar, who is the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create an experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. The Bhava Samadhi awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. During the darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform our lives. During the Bhava Samadhi darshan, our neurons mirror that of the incarnation. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or the information of the avatar just by seeing. So let us now learn about the Akashic readings. Akashic readings are readings from the cosmic archives. Beyond the time dimension, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. Because the Akashic records are stored in Akasha, which is the space dimension, there is no past, present, or future. That is why whatever you call as happened, happening, and yet to happen is clearly recorded in the Akashic records. So let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan after a short break. Please stay tuned.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity Only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now learn about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism. He has been recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities for the humanity. Let us look at a brief timeline of the various coronations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Before 1981, he was identified as the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva by spiritual adepts and enlightened masters. In the year 1981, he was initiated into Bala Sannyas and Chaturmasya at the age of 3. In the year 1988, he was coronated as a future Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tunde Mandala Adinam, the oldest monastic university. In the year 1994, he was declared as the successor of Arunachala Sarvanyapeetham by the Guru Parampara on 24th of May. In the year 1999, he founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive KAILASA internationally. The same year, he was also coronated as the successor of Kashi Sarvanyapeetham. What we are looking at here are the photographs of the various gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the Adi Arunachala Sarvanyapeetham, such as Yogi Yogananda Puri, Isaki Swamigal, Mata Vibhodananda Puri. These are the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive KAILASA internationally. And here we're looking at the photographs that were taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of Kashi Sarvanyapeetham. In the year 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the Adi KAILASA Sarvanyapeetham on 4th of November. On 1st of January 2004, he was declared as the successor of Bhagyanagara, Sripura Sarvanyapeetham, following which, the same year, on 31st of December, he was coronated as the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of the Suryavamsa lineage. What we are looking at here are the photographs that were taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the Adi KAILASA Sarvanyapeetham. And here we're looking at the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of Bhagyanagara, the Sripura Sarvanyapeetham. These are the photographs of the various emperors of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam, of which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incumbent emperor. In the year 2007, he was declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adi Pallava Sarvanyapeetham, following which the same year he was also declared as a Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada. In the year 2012, he was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Shamala Peeta Sarvanyapeetham, the oldest Hindu papal state in the monastic kingdom. Here are the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived the Adi Pallava Sarvanyapeetham at the age of 29. And what we are looking at here are the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonatha Shamala Peeta Sarvanyapeetham. In the year 2013, he was officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akhada, which is the largest apex monastic order. In the year 2013, he was also declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Atal Akhada, the oldest monastic order in Hinduism, by Acharya Mahamandaleshwar Sukhdevanandaji. In the year 2014, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tanjavur Adinam. Here are the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the youngest Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada. And what we are looking at here are the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tanjavur Adinam. In the year 2014, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tiruvaruradinam, Vedaranyamadinam and Panchanadikulam. Here are the photographs of the various gurus who happen in the lineage of the Tiruvaruradinam and the Vedaranyamadinam. In the year 2015, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharmamukti Swargapuramadinam. Following which, the same year, he was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adipita Golada Matha and was also elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here are the photographs of the various gurus who happen in the lineage of the Dharmamukti Swargapuramadinam. And here we are looking at the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of Adipita Golada Matha and was also elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 leaders. Let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, where we learn about the various global initiatives by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism after a short break. Please stay tuned.
The moment you decide your consciousness is the supreme identity you have, you will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all.
Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now look at some of the global initiatives by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Over 26 years of relentless humanitarian services and initiatives, including free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices through various international agencies and bodies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages: English, Tamil, and Sanskrit. These have been translated in 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of books and articles have been sold, read, and downloaded. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million books. He has also been revered as the most prolific and most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers in Hinduism, over 10,000 hours of discourses, and over 1 billion views on social media. He has also been respected as a commentator of all the sacred scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, etc. He has also been honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader. He has also been acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by Watkins Mind Body Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of KAILASA, that is led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and Hindu Diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a superconscious breakthrough to the humanity. He is also the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries. He is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems and the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvanya Peetams. So let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, which is the manifestation of the extraordinary Shaktis. The Balasans, Nityananda Yogis, and the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will now be demonstrating the powers of third eye, sharing with all the experiences and the results of these Shaktis awakened in us through the initiation or the Diksha. In today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, All of us will be receiving the initiation into third eye awakening and various other powers with the grace and the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we'll be manifesting the powers of third eye, which is seeing with the eyes blindfolded. Sorry for the technical glitch. So let us now learn about Shaktis. What are Shaktis? In the Vedagamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to manifest 463 powers, or the extraordinary Shaktis. Manifesting powers are described as a system, a method, and a science for human beings to explore the various powers and possibilities and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are a divine and that you need to manifest divine, not that you're a man and that you need to reach divine. Let us look at some of the differences between Shaktis and Siddhis. Shaktis express from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis happen on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar. Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not, and Siddhis may divert you from enlightenment. Paramashiva is the source of these Shaktis. He is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As a fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and the Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Throbhava, and Anugraha, creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, and liberation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th living incarnation and the representative of Paramashiva. He is also the reviver of Sri KAILASA. And ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been a cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the very first time in the modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic Shaktis and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking pace never accomplished before. The knowledge and the science of manifesting these Shaktis have been passed on from one generation to the next through the Diksha or the initiation by the enlightened Gurus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the knowledge repositories and the initiations for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashivoham and Paramashivoham. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? Every ultimate truth, which is a jnana, when it is mapped into our consciousness, which is the prajna, manifests as the power and possibility of every being. Let us now look at a beautiful video on the science of initiation.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarva samapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. as the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation.
We saw a beautiful video on the science of initiation. Let us now look at how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through the four aspects of evidences or the pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, the eternal and unchangeable truths that are revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, experiences and the results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified the science. The next is the Atma Pramana, which is a personal experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the fourth is the Pratyaksha Pramana, empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. The Vedagamas is a living applied science. They are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus. Vedas are the ultimate science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, together called as the Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. Any reference that is cited from these Shastras or the source scriptures is called as the Shastra Pramana. So let us now get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. Today we are going to be manifesting the power of body scanning. Those of you who would like to experience this power of body scanning can drop a message on our social media platform. In this power of body scanning, one awakens the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and provide solutions through the awakened third eye. The Shastra Pramana for this power manifestation is given by Paramashiva in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 54. Swadehe jagato bhapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyatvante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body or of the whole universe simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. Here we're looking at the Apta Pramana. Thereyer was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. A man who was suffering from severe headache comes to Agatya for healing. And Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a therai, which is a type of small frog, sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately instructs Thereyer, his disciple, to perform an open-head surgery and to remove the frog. After the surgery is completed, the person is healed and cured of the headache, thus he gained the name Thereyer. Next, we are looking at the Atma Pramana, which is the personal experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. 22nd of December 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed how he uses the power of body scanning. Paraphrasing his words, only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkup related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the condition of body due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings. Here we're looking at the Sakshi Pramana, which is the results and the experiences of these great power manifestations happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let us now enter into the power manifestation. We have Festus who has requested for the power of body scanning. I will now be chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, and sharing with every one of you whatever Swamiji is showing me. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So what Swamiji revealed is that with respect to your health, there have not been any major issues with your health because you are living a vegan lifestyle and also are continuously been working on Nityananda Yoga and other forms to keep your body physically healthy. What Swamiji revealed is that you can start building your body more and more. At the same time, you attend the Paramashivoham Level 3 program so that you can receive the initiations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and start manifesting the powers that can be manifested by having a strong yogic body. This is what Swamiji revealed. You can share with all of us how we are able to relate with it. So with that, we are coming towards the conclusion of this particular segment. Let us move on to the next segment after a short break. Please stay tuned.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to
KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater signs is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater signs of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give
Nithyanam, everybody. Let us now move on to the next segment where we learn about the divine feminine consciousness. The unique contribution to the spiritual consciousness from the Vedagamic tradition is the sacred feminine worship. Even if everything from what the Vedic tradition gave is lost, and just the sacred feminine energy is there, the whole thing can be revived. Hinduism is at least 10,000 sampradayas. If all the sampradayas are lost for some reason, and only this one sampradaya, the Devi worship, remains, the whole thing can be brought back, because everything is centered on the Devi worship. Mother worship carries the blueprint and the hologram of the whole Vedic tradition. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that is a hologram of the Vedic tradition. There's no enlightened being on the planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine energy, including me. I am basically a Shakta. I myself followed Devi worship from the beginning. If you see my biography and all the deities I carved, the darshans that I had, all of them are mother-based. Let us now look at a beautiful video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals about Sanatana Hindu Dharma and feminism.
In Hinduism, not just religion, even the Hindu economy, Hindu social system, everything is feminist. The women-centered, everything is feminist. When time comes, I'll try to reveal more details about it. How the women is the foundation of Hindu civilization. They formed the basis of Hindu civilization. Someone asked Ramakrishna when he was in deathbed. Literally, everyone knows that he is going to leave the body soon. I should not use the word deathbed for the great incarnations like him. They never die, but the time to leave their body. Everyone knows that he is going to leave the body. Close, sincere devotees of him, they come and ask him, Bhagavan, how can you leave the body so soon? Still, you have not trained enough people to continue your mission. Only few boys are trained and they are too young. He smiles and says, one woman is enough to carry my mission. She is already trained. Sharada Devi. She is trained enough. She will be the foundation from which this Ramakrishna Sampradaya, this whole civilization, revival will start. And that's true. It is she, Parashakti, Jagat Janani, Sharada Devi. She formed the foundation for this whole Ramakrishna Sampradaya to flower. I tell you, in Hindu civilization, spirituality, religion, Hindu economy, everything is centered on mother, on women.
We listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism about Hinduism and the feminine energy. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, a great avatar who lived from 1836 to 1886, describes about the Devi worship. He says, Shiva is Brahman, but Devi has a key to reach Brahman. Unless she opens, nobody can reach. He very beautifully describes a house scene. He says that even though the husband is the owner of the house, the key to the house will be on the hip of the mother. Either you have to fall at the feet of the mother or the small sons of the mother, only they can touch the hip of the mother and remove the key. Nobody else can touch. So either surrender to the mother or the people who are close to reach the mother. Let us look at a beautiful Dhyana Shloka, a description of Devi Parashakti given in the Lalita Sahasranamam. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayanam manikya maulispurate tara nayaka shekaram smitamukhim apinavakshoruham panibhyam malipurna ratna chashakam raktotpalam bibhratim saumyam ratna ghatastha rakta charanam ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम् अरुणाकरुणातरङ्गिताक्षीम् धृतपाशाङ्कुशपुष्पभानचापाम् अनिमादिभिरावृताम् मयूकैरहमित्येभिभावये भवानी. The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies, studded with crescent moon, face of all smiles, splendid bust, one hand holding the jewel cup brimming with mid, and the other twirling a red lotus. I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the nose, gourd, bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima, for race, and she is the self within me. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. The Parashakti is a cosmic mother. It's her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. Parashakti is a source. The source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form of the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, and delivering profound spiritual truths, giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So let us now listen about Devi Parashakti in her own words.
Om, Om, Om. Om, Om, Om. ஓமெனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புவுலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி. அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியொடு நன்மாட்சிமையொடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை, கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள். இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை, நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோகம், 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 பரமசிவோகம். இதை தீட்சையாய் ஏற்று இதே உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லா நன்மையும் வரமும் ஞானமும் அருளும் அளிக்கின்றேன். ஓங்காரத்தின் உட்பொருளாய் வேதமொடு ஆகமம் மெய்யாய் வெளிப்பட்டு உபவேதங்கள் உபாகமங்கள் அனைத்துமாய் உயர்ந்து நின்று தத்துவங்கள் ஆராய் உண்மையை செப்பி ஜகம் முழுவதும் ஞானம் அளிக்கும் பாரதி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். ஆய கலைகள் 64 உடலும் மனமும் உயர்வை அடைந்திடும் பரமசிவ சக்திகளை உங்களுக்குள் மலர்த்தவே வந்திருக்கின்றேன். அஷ்ட சித்திகளும் அஷ்ட கன்மமும் ஆதி சக்தி பரமேஸ்வரியாய் மலர்ந்து உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம்
Om Hreem, Om Hreem, Om Hreem, Om Hreem, Om Hreem. Om, Om, Om.
Yes, we listened from Devi Parashakti about herself. Devi revealed, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Srimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in the 40 triangles, Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa Shri Prachintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva and Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti Manonmani Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took the Nijavatara here. To give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness, Hiranyagarbhasvarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Prabala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nijavatar, I came here as Nityananda with great compassion and blessing all of you. Listen, people, do good to all of you. I took the form of Nityananda and came down as the Nijavatara. So, how do we receive Devi Parashakti? Literally, you are looking at Paramashiva and Parashakti at the moment when you're having the darshan. She's there in your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. Keep the betel leaf, one banana, a betel nut, and one coin in front of the screen and watch Devi Parashakti. The coin has been considered as the dakshina. It can also be any lowest amount of value that is there. It can even be 1 cent or 1 paise. Offer it to Devi. After the darshan is over, do the namaskar and eat the banana, betel leaf, and betel nut. Take it as a prasadam immediately. Collect all the coins and send it to the LA temple. The betel leaf, betel nut may look small, but in a few days you will understand that it adds so much of value to your sentiment that Devi is really there. You will not take the Devi's darshan for granted. Rituals break a monotonous unconscious lifestyle and raise you to the powerful cognition. Let us now listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism how we can receive the grace and the blessings of Devi.
I wanted to give you one sacred secret to all of you. Do this Panchabhuta Yoga. See, whenever you want to ask any question to Devi and receive the answer, on the day, do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Means, apply only mud on the body and take bath. Don't apply any chemical on the body to take bath. Just that Puttuman means that anthill mud. Only that apply on the body and take bath. Don't apply anything else. That is mud, earth part, earth component. Second, water. Drink only water that day. Don't eat, drink, don't do anything other than drinking water. When you come for the Parashakti Akashic reading, at least for a few hours prepare yourself. Maybe an hours ahead. Just drink only water and keep yourself active. Third, the fire in your stomach should be allowed to burn without any food dumped on it. Just the pure fire. You can chant Omkara to intensify it, or Mahavagya, Ajapa Japa, but pure fire. No food, nothing. That pure fire should be encouraged. And just be in the free air, open space, breathing the whole sky at least few hours before. And
intensely unclutch to get the power of the space, Akasha. See, listen. Akasha is an intense energy. Just like the other bhutas, like earth, water, fire, air, the Akasha also is a pure consciousness. It is intelligence, living energy. Once you start unclutching, you manifest Akasha's energy in you, consciousness in you. So do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Your questions will be surely answered immediately by Parashakti. If you just do this Panchabhuta Yoga and come for the Devi's Akashic reading, she will simply answer your questions. I'll repeat. Apply the ant hill mud and take bath, or even clay. Don't use any other chemical. Take bath just with a mud. Second, drink only water. No other food or juice at least for 10 hours ahead. If possible, that whole day. Third, intensify the Agni in your stomach without dumping any food on it. Just through the Omkara, Ajapa, Japa, ignite it, intensify it. Fourth, walk around and breathe in an open space at least for a few hours before. Fifth, try to unclutch as intensely as possible to receive the Akasha energy, Chitambara, Chitambara, that energy of cosmic space. With this Panchabhuta Yoga, come to Parashakti's Akashic reading. Surely she will answer your questions.
We listen from Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism how we can receive the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti. Let us now listen to the revelations by Devi Parashakti.
Om, 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 Omgaratuyarnd. Vangai Vedamudu Agamamai Velipattu. Rinkaramai Malarnd. Parashodasiyai Niraind. Narpattu Mukkonam Vaazhum. Kailai Sripurat Chindamani Krigathil Irukkum. Kailasa Swamini. Parashodasi. Paramashivan Bhagam Amarnd. Paralum Parameshwari. Paramasakti Manonmani. Meenakshi Nithyanandanai. Nijavadaram Gonden Yingu. Yellorkum Nalvaram Dandida. Yella Nanmayum Arulida. Hiranya Garbhaswarupini. Brahmandayoni. Sambhavi. Chandramauli. Rapala. Aparna. Uma. Parvati. Savitri. Navayavana. சாம்ராஜ்யலக்ஷ்மி பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் உருக்கொண்டு இங்கு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்தேன். அருட்பெருங்கருணையினால் அருளுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். மக்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யவே நாம் இங்கு நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் இறங்கி வந்தோம். இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். காலம் காலமாய் அவதார புருஷர்கள் வந்து மலர்ந்து உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யும் மிக பெரும் ஞான பூமி பாரதம். இருக்கின்ற ஒரு பாரதத்தை இழக்க இயலாது மக்களே. ஞான கர்ப்பத்தை மலடாக்க இயலாது. வாழையடி வாழையென ஞானிகளும் அவதார புருஷர்களும் வந்தே தீர வேண்டும், வாழ்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும், மலர்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும். உலகிற்கு அதுவே உத்தம நன்மை. ஒரு சில கயவர்கள் மாயையில் சிக்கி செய்திட்ட சதிகளால் உலகை பலி கொடுக்க ஆகாது. சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமடைய கூடாது. பிரபஞ்சம் அழிந்துவிடக் கூடாது. பிரளயத்து இருந்து இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கவே பெரும் கப்பல் நானொன்று செய்தேன். அதன் பெயரே ஆதி கைலாசம். ஆதி கைலாசம் இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தில் இருக்கும் ஞான சக்திகளை ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே நாம் செய்த கப்பல். துரோகிகள் சூழ்ச்சியாலும் விரோதிகள் ஆட்சியாலும் வழியின்றி கப்பலை விட்டு மாலுமியே ஒதுங்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததையா. அதனால்தான் ககனம் கொந்தளித்து பேரழிவை நோக்கி சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களே, அறியாத தனத்தினால் மாயையில் சிக்கி குழந்தைகள் தவறு செய்தாலும் பிரபஞ்சம் அழியாது காக்க வேண்டியது பராசக்தி. பரமசக்தி பரஷோடசி மனோன்மணியன் பொறுப்பென்பதால் சத்தியங்கள் சிலவற்றை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தம் ஆடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில், நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. ஆதி கைலாசத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்த ஒரு சேவையை உலகத்திற்கு செய்யுங்கள். நீங்கள் செய்த எல்லா கர்மங்களுக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தமாகும். நல் அமைதியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் உங்களுக்கும் கிட்டும், உலகத்திற்கும் கிட்டும். 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர், இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதை செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும், என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன் வந்து நவபாஷாண மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் முழுமையாக நீங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இது நிரூபணமாகும். அன்னை பராசக்தி 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக உள்ள ஞான ஔஷத சக்திகள் அனைத்தையும் பிரம்மாண்ட யோனி ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷாண லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக்கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி. மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Let us now look at the translation of what Devi Parashakti revealed. World cannot be sacrificed for the sake of the conspiracies done by some ignorant thieves who got stuck in Maya. Srishti should not have loss, cosmos should not have destruction. To save the cosmos from this pralaya, I made a huge ship. Sorry for the technical glitch. Adi KAILASA is the ship that will gather all the enlightened powers of this cosmos and save the people from the pralaya. Through the tricks of the traitors and the rule of the enemies, without any other way out, time has come for the sailor himself to leave. That is why the sky is boiling and moving towards huge destruction. People, even if children, do mistakes in ignorance by getting stuck in Maya. As it is Parashakti, Paramashakti Parashodasi Manonmani, my responsibility to save the cosmos from destruction. I am telling some of the truths. Listen properly. Within the next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, lives will be lost in crores. I am telling you the truth. I am telling you the good. Search for protection for your life. So these are the revelations by Devi Parashakti. Let us now look at the current state of the world as revealed by Devi Parashakti. So starting up with the COVID, as we know, the COVID pandemic has been continuously ravaging the entire world, and there have been millions of lives that have been lost. Authorities in 223 countries and territories have reported over 497 million COVID-19 cases and officially recorded over 6.2 million deaths since the first time the COVID virus was reported. 26 million people in Shanghai are now locked down due to a surge in COVID-19 cases, and it has reported over 73,000 positive cases. since the resurgence of the highly contagious Omicron variant in the March. Complaints have arisen in Shanghai over difficulties of obtaining basic necessities and also for isolation wards where tens and thousands of people were kept for observation. More than 18 million people, which is the 3 times higher than the official record, suggest to have died due to the COVID pandemic. And this is from the US Washington University researchers. Researchers had gathered data through searches of various government websites, the World Mortality Database, Human Mortality Database, and the European Statistical Office. Rates of excess death are estimated to have varied dramatically by country and region, but the overall global average is that 120 deaths per 100,000 people. And that means it is 18.2 million deaths that have happened due to the COVID. And it is not actually 5.9 or 6.2 million, and it is actually 3 times higher than what the official records claim. The COVID infections are also increasing across the UK and other parts of the world, where 1 in 13 people are infected, according to the latest estimates from the Office for the National Statistics. Almost 300,000 people in Scotland had COVID last week, which is the highest figure since the pandemic began in 2020. Here are the photographs of some of the statistics taken, which shows about the total number of reported deaths for the last 3 months in the UK. People who have been infected with the COVID-19 risks are also at a higher risk of developing heart conditions up to a year later. The Pan American Health Organization warned that millions of children have fallen behind on the routine of immunizations during the pandemic, causing other outbreaks of diseases such as measles and diphtheria in the Latin America and the Caribbean. Many doctors do believe that it is possible to have long-term effects from the Omicron variant of the virus. A lot of people who catch the COVID virus remain ill for an extended period, and estimated 10 to 40% suffer from the long COVID. And also, the COVID-19 can cause a risk for 6 months after having the virus. After the COVID is caught a person, there's an increased risk of developing a serious blood clot for the next 6 months. Study from a Sweden studies. The researchers found people with severe COVID and those infected during the first wave had higher clot risks. Here, it's like almost 17 people in every 10,000 COVID patients had blood clot, compared to just less than 1 in 10,000 people who did not have. So as you can see, it is 17 times higher than the normal average. The US Department of Veteran Affairs did a cohort study comprising of 153,848 people who survived the first 30 days of the COVID virus, and also 2 contemporary control groups. The findings suggest that people who survive the acute phase of COVID-19 are at an increased risk of an array of mental disorders. Tackling mental health among the COVID survivors is a very important priority. Also, another study from University of Iowa at the Iowa City. The study consisted of 24,915 patients with in-house cardiac arrest from 286 US hospitals, of which 5,916 had COVID from March to December 2020. Adult COVID patients who had an IHCA were 35% less likely to receive the life-saving defibrillation without a delay and survive the hospital release. So as you can see here, it says very clearly that due to the COVID, many of the techniques that can be used to save lives during emergency is not working out. And also there have been reports that claim that the size of the brain itself is shrinking due to the COVID pandemic and due to the COVID virus. This is a study that is published in the journal Nature, where it looked at the comparison of people, about 500,000 people for about 15 years before pandemic and after pandemic. It clearly showed that 401 participants, which is on an average of 4.5 months after the infection. It showed that the overall brain size in the infected participants had shrunk between 0.2 to 2%. There were losses in gray matter in the olfactory areas that are linked to smell and memory. Also, a new study suggests that 1 in 10 Australian healthcare workers had thoughts of suicide or the self-harm during this entire pandemic. Healthcare workers in Somalia are also suffering from high rates of anxiety, depression, and stress due to their work in the COVID-19 cases. Initial recordings found a high prevalence of anxiety in the workforce at 69.3% for stress 46.5% for depression, and 15.2% for stress. Also, the COVID pandemic has hit hard on the teens and the youth. It has very clearly stated that there is no crisis-proofing planning possible. The painful lesson that young people had to learn during this pandemic. Pediatricians have also been warning in vain, and they have been reporting a lot of complaints, the big three complaints, which is the sleeping disorder, eating disorder, and anxiety disorder among the youth and teen, that is shooting up highly. And the Omicron is everywhere in schools. 6% of the students and 3% of the teachers are either infected or in quarantine right now due to the Omicron. Sorry for the technical glitch. According to the youth researchers, if digital platforms are going to be the only medium for making contacts over 2 years, this can lead to restrictions in the development of the child. The researcher was telling, I can't smell the other person, I can't touch them, I can't notice their aura or how they move. This impoverishment of impulses, then in the case of real contact of physical presence, means the young people do not even know how to behave, how to comport themselves, and how to look at each other in their eyes. The testing, which includes only about 23% of approximately 18,875 city schools, is a sample snapshot that was taken during the 24-hour period. It shows 7.59% or 1,254 students tested positive out of 16,515 students. By comparison, 3.1% or 91 of the 2,917 staff members tested positive during the same time, according to the DOE data. And of course, many of us around the world are pinning our hope on the vaccines, but that is not going to be a quick fix. There are many people around the world who are not willing to be vaccinated. And also, even if somebody is vaccinated, there is no guarantee yet whether the virus is not going to be a host in them and it's not going to spread. They might not be affected by it, but they might still be carriers of the virus. And as we know, virus is only getting stronger and stronger and more virulent. The head of the World Health Organization said that it would be dangerous for us to assume that the highly transmissible COVID, the Omicron variant, was the last to emerge and that the world is an end game. And it is very, very early time for us to determine whether we are towards the end of this pandemic. So let us now listen from Devi Parashakti. What are the 8 ways to protect ourselves from the COVID pandemic?
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட, நன்மையை சொல்லிட, தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாய் வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4, நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து
நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5, சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6, நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7, பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். 8இல் 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்பு.
Let us look at the solutions that were revealed by Devi Parashakti. Devi revealed, "O humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection corona. Through these 8 ways, you can protect yourself. Praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through the social media, wherever I am residing, worshipping me by doing the fire walking, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice and meditating on me every day, being in unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss, doing a japa japa of the cosmic sound, Shiva, Shiva, with complete mind, applying the banana peel and onion in the heels and going to sleep, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting, in the Arunachala Spurana that blossomed as Aham, 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 in the state of Ananda Spurana." So these are the different solutions that Devi Parashakti revealed for the entire human civilization to protect itself from the COVID pandemic. Let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan after a short break. Please stay tuned.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity? Only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck. and liberate you all. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply.
Yes, Nithyananda, welcoming all the participants and all the viewers to this beautiful segment where we're now going to see how we can connect to Devi Parashakti through the social media and the various platforms where you can ask your questions, your blessing requests, your prayers to Devi Parashakti. So first is the YouTube platform where you can log on to the official platform of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the official channel on YouTube, which is KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda. And once you have done that, you can then click on the join icon next to the channel's name, which makes you a member of the channel. And once you're a member, you can then ask your questions in the chat section. Convey your blessing request, your message of gratitude to Devi Parashakti in the comment section. The next is the Facebook platform, where you can go to the official page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam. You can begin by liking and following the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's page, and you can ask your question in the comment section of the video, of the live video of the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings. The next is the Twitter platform, where you can head over to the official Twitter handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is @Sri Nithyananda, and begin by following the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Twitter. And once you're done with that, you can ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. The fourth is the Instagram platform, where you can follow the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Instagram and ask your question in the comment section of the Instagram post of the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings. And the fifth and most important platform is the official website of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism of KAILASA, which is kailasa.org. And in the bottom left corner, you have the WhatsApp chat, where you can then put your questions, your blessing requests in the WhatsApp chat and ask your questions to Devi Parashakti. So these are the 5 ways how you can connect to Devi Parashakti through the social media. And we'll be moving on to the next segment after a short break. Please stay tuned.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth.
Yes, let us now move on to the offerings to Devi Parashakti. Let us first look at the context of the offerings to Devi Parashakti. The first one is from the Bhagavata Purana, the verse 37. Dharmaya yashasirthaya kamaya svajanaya cha panchadha vibhajan vittam ihamutra cha modate. One part should be used for dharma, second for yasha, third should be reinvested to generate more wealth, fourth for kama, and fifth for family and friends. 20% should be donated for dharma. The next is from the Dharma Shastras. Grihe dashagunam danam bhushte chaiva shatadikam punyatirtheshu sahasram antatam shiva sannidhau. Dana given at home yields 10 times as much merit, 100 times when made in a goshala, 1,000 times when made in sacred places, and an infinite number of times when made in the premises of Shivalinga. The next verse is from the Brahmanda Purana, the verse 55 and 56. Danam trividhamityetat kanishtajyeshtamadhyamam tatra naishreyasam jyeshtam kanishtam swartha siddhaye karunyat sarvabhuteshu samvibhagastu madhyamaha. Dana given in order to achieve moksha is considered the most valuable form. Dana given out of pity or kindness for others or for one's own kith and kin is considered to be of medium value. It is also called as Dayadana. Dana given to achieve one's own selfish ends is known as the least valued of all. So let us now move on to the first offering, which is the offering of the e-hundi. And we have the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference from the 42nd verse of the Lalita Sahasranama. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all fears. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during the puja to Devi. The next is the offering of the Sankalpa. The offering amount is $1. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is from the Devi Mahatmyam, the 12th chapter, verse 37. Taye tanmohyate vishwam saiva vishwam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijnanam tushtaridhyam prayachati. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives us the knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. Offering the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, blesses the person offering with all fruition of the desires and wishes he or she is yearning for. Let us now look at the significance of the divine element gold. Gold is present in all scriptures, agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything we built was in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life threatening illness, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows were dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called Hirnamaya in Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. It lasts forever. We are now moving on to the gold offerings to Devi Parashakti. The first one is the Sahasranama Swarnakasya. The offering amount is 75, 151, and 251 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is from the Lalita Sahasranama, the verse 731. Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes repetition of her various names. This is the offering of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. Offer the gold coin to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimension or attribute of hers that you always wanted to imbibe within you. The next is the offering of the Muktangoti, the finger ring with a pearl. The offering amounts are 251, 501, and 750 US dollars. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, the verse 2. Mukta harala satkirita ruchiram purnendu vaktra prabham sinjannu pura kinkini manidharam padma prabha basuram sarvabhishta phalapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam Meenakshim pranatosmi santatamam karunyavaranidhim. I bow down to Goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by Goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to Goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Offer the finger ring with a pearl to the Cosmic Mother and experience blessings and healing with your mother. The next is the Swarna Bhagma Pushpa, the golden lotus. The offering amount is 600 US dollars. And the Shastra Pramana is directly from the Kamikagama. Ashtavidyeshwarupeta Kumbhavarana Samyutam Sarve Sasutra Vastradhya Eva Pankaj Bhushita Sapidharasya Purchascha Pakva Bilva Phalaprabha Snapanadhyagya Samsiddha Pramanena Samanvita. All the kalasha should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. Offer the golden lotus in any size you wish to. And express gratitude to the tyaga and sacrifice of your mother. The next offering is the Swarnameti, the golden touring. The Shastra Pramana for the offering, the scriptural reference is Nakhadi Titi Sanchanna Namajjanatamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha. You whose brightness from toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. Offer the touring to Devi Parashakti, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult aspects of her life. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Swarna Mantika, the gold hairline jewelry. The offering amount is $750 and the Shastra Pramana is Sudha Sarabhi Varshini. She who makes nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara. She who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mantika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra when it's fully opened and blossomed. Offer the Mantika to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude in the space of complete completion. We will now be moving on to the offerings to the Guru after a short break. Please stay tuned.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe.
I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment. Irreversible power.
Yes, let us now move on to the offerings to the Guru. We have the context first for offerings to the Guru from the Kularnava Tantra, the 12th chapter, verse 12. Na paduka paro manyo na deva shri guru paraha nahi shaktat paradiksha na punyam kula pujanat. There is no mantra higher than Paduka, no God higher than the Guru, no initiation higher than the Shakti, and no merit higher than Kula worship. And we have the next Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference from the Kularnava Tantra, the 12th chapter, verse 120. Rikta hastascha nopeyad rajanandevatam gurum phalapushyanbaradini yatha shakya samarpayet evam yo nachara devi brahmarakshasatam brajet. One should not approach royalty, the Guru, or the deity empty-handed. He should offer fruit, flower, cloth, and the like according to his capacity. One who does not do so becomes a Brahmarakshasa. We are now moving on to the actual offerings to the Guru. We have the Pratyakshapada Puja, which is at $1,008 US. Pratyakshapada Puja is a beautiful offering where we get to offer the various offerings to the lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. And we have the Shastra Pramana for the offering from the Kularnava Tantra, the 12th chapter, verse 5. Koti koti mantra japat, koti tirtha vagahanat, koti devachana devi, parashri paduka smritihi. O Devi, remember this paduka which yields infinitely greater merit than billions and billions of mantra japa, billions and billions of pilgrimages, and billions of worship. The next is the offering of the Vastra Seva, which is also at $1,008 US. And we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism adorned with the sacred Kashaya Vastra and the various jewelry as prescribed by Bhagavan Paramashiva in the Vedas and Agamas on how Devi Parashakti is actually adorning those jewelry. And you have an opportunity to offer those dresses and jewelry which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism adorns. So you can head over to tiny.cc/Devi. Offerings. And we will now be also walking you through on how you can make the offerings to Devi Parashakti. So here we can see the 3 links with which you can make the offerings to Devi Parashakti. So first you can head over to tiny.cc/Bhavasamadhi, which is the registration form to put in your intention for the offering. So it is a simple Google form where you can enter inside and you can put in your name and the other details and select the darshan as Devi Parashakti Akashic readings. Once you have put your intention for the offering, you can then move on to the next link, which is tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. So you can begin by selecting the seva that you would wish to offer. And once you've selected the seva, you can then select the quantity of how many offerings you want to make of that seva. And then you can click on add to cart. And once you add to cart, you can then select and all your offerings. And once you're satisfied, you can then click on proceed to checkout, which will then lead you to fill all the details of the donation. Once you have filled those details, you can then click on place order, which will then make the donation for you. After you've made the donation, you can then go to the third link, which is tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021, where you can put in the names of yourself and your family members to be chanted in the Sankalpa, which will be chanted in the eastern headquarters of the Adi KAILASA Adipita Sarvangapita in the Bengaluru Adinam. So with that, we come to the end of how to make the offerings to Devi Parashakti, and also we saw the way on how you can make the offerings, and we have the beautiful Paramashivoham level 3 program coming up, which is the 21-day beautiful event with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and this is the season 2 of Paramashivoham. And you can join us for this grand event by registering at kailasa.org/Paramashivoham to register for the event. And with that, we come to the end of this beautiful segment, and we will be moving on to the next segment after a short break. Please stay tuned.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten,
each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Your consciousness as power
at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity.
Yes, Nithyananda, we are now moving on to the next segment, which is the glimpses of the glorious past on this same very day, the 15th of April, over the years, where we see how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with intense tyaga and sacrifice, has literally made the whole Kailasa nation from scratch. And we are now moving on to the first year, which is the 15th of April 2002. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the Ananda Sparana program for delegates at the Ashakta Poshaka Sabha in Bangalore, India. This was day 2 of the 7-day program. In this discourse, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed how to awaken the wisdom of the body. How do you go beyond the body? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed 2 paths to go beyond the body. either condemning the body or having deep respect and love for the body. Awaken your body's intelligence by dropping any ideas of controlling the body from the mind. Because humanity expects immediate results, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave techniques to experience an awakening of the body's intelligence immediately. Through this discourse, you will see how to not invite disease in your life. Human consciousness is now defined before TV and after TV. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained that when the cerebral layer formed, the body's intelligence got destroyed. How do you throw out the cerebral layer? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism guided the delegates through the Dukkha Harana meditation. The next we can see the 15th of April 2005. The mayor of St. Louis, Francis Slay, welcomed and honored the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with a proclamation message. Below are some pictures of Swamiji being welcomed and thanked for coming to St. Louis. Later during the day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also gave a discourse titled Mind is the Minefield at the Mahatma Gandhi Center in St. Louis. On the 15th of April 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directed and initiated Mahacharya of his order to deliver the Dhyana Spurna Convention at New Jersey, United States. Since the very first day of his mission, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been empowering everyone who comes to be at his feet, and despite the relentless attacks that he has received all these years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism hasn't stopped empowering everyone and giving healing and support to individuals and humanity at large. We are now moving on to the 15th of April 2007. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained to the delegates the meaning of Kumbh Mela and its purpose. Among those present were the Hindu leaders in the United States and the mayor of Ohio, United States. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also announces the inauguration of Anna Mandir in Ohio, which serves free vegetarian sattvic food to all. Kumbh Mela is the world's largest gathering in the name of a faith, a Hindu pilgrimage in which seekers from all over the world gather to bathe in the sacred river of the location of the Kumbh Mela. The Kumbh Mela happens every third year in turn at Haridwar, Prayag, Nasik, and Ujjain. An Ardh Kumbh Mela is held at Haridwar and Prayag in turn. Every 12 years is the Mahakumbh, the last of which was held in 2013 in Prayag. The rivers at these four places are the Ganges at Haridwar, the confluence of Ganga, Yamuna, and Saraswati at Prayag, the Godavari at Nasik, and Kshipra at Ujjain. This massive peaceful congregation of people from all walks of life traverses the journey from their cities, towns, and villages to get to the spiritual experience of a lifetime like none other. Let us now see a beautiful excerpt from Satsang of the Kumbh Mela.
I'm very glad that Dr. Palla is here. With that one, I will hand over to Swamiji.
I welcome you all. It's so nice to have you all here. Kumbh Mela is the oldest function happening on the planet Earth. Still now, that's the largest gathering of the human being on the planet Earth. Last Kumbh Mela, which was held in January in the Allahabad in India, attracted 90 million people. 9 crore people gathered. 90 million gathered just for one reason, faith. Faith, and just for one reason, devotion. 90 million people gathered. That's the largest gathering recorded in the human history. This last Kumbh Mela is the largest gathering recorded in the human history. Our traditional masters, Vedic masters, created this concept of Kumbh Mela for various reasons. One, it has got social purpose, social reason. All of us gather and share our views, ideas, opinions, and create a deep friendliness amongst us. Create a beautiful positive feeling amongst us. It's a place where we share our ideas, where we meet with each other, where we share our friendliness, where we share our respect and love. It's a great occasion to share our respect and love. The Indian Kumbh Mela attracts 1 lakh organizations. 100,000 organizations come, represent, share ideas, share love, share food. One more information I want to give. 90 million people gathered, not a single restaurant. No restaurant, food is not sold. All 90 million people were supplied food freely. These 1 lakh organizations which gathered took the responsibility of sharing food. This shows the great tradition, culture of sharing love, sharing care, sharing ideas. Our great masters have created Kumbh Mela. First reason, social reason, sharing. The second reason, very important reason, reminding again and again that life is not just for outer world. There is some purpose beyond the car and the bank balance and the house which you own. There is some purpose beyond all these things. Just to remind the common human beings, the life has got higher purpose. You may call it as experiencing God, experiencing Krishna, experiencing Shiva, experiencing whatever name you may call. But there is a higher purpose. You may call it as enlightenment, nirvana, atmajnana, whatever name you may call. There is a higher purpose for the life. Just to remind that there is a higher purpose, this Kumbh Mela is organized. Third important thing, so many people gather and pray to the divine, create a positive thought that naturally creates a positive energy field which affects the whole society in a positive way. There are so many scientific evidences, scientific researches which prove if a group of people pray or meditate in the center of a city, the whole city crime rate comes down. At least 100 research reports you can see in the websites. The Transcendental Meditation Group has done such a lot of researches how they prove the crime rate of the city comes down if people gather, pray or meditate. So this is the main purpose why Kumbh Melas have been organized by our great masters. When 90 million people gather and pray, create a peaceful thoughts, that thoughts affect the collective consciousness and so much of positive energy is radiated. Recently I read a research report by a Japanese doctor, Emoto. He proves how our thoughts directly affects the water. Different rooms, he keeps same chemical quality water, goes to each room and chants a particular word. In some room he creates a negative words like a war, terrorism, anger. He goes to another room and creates positive words like a peace, silence, bliss. He goes to third room and creates the words related to Buddhist literature. And after a few days he freezes that water and photographs. He says the quality, not only the photograph, even the quality of the water changes by the word he utters. The words on which he uttered the negative words, the water on which he uttered the negative words, they look like a ghost, black. And the water on which he created positive words, they look like a diamond, shining, bright. The words on which he created the Buddhist words, Buddhist Dhamma Sutras, they look like Buddhist temples. Not once or twice, he did 300 times this research. He proves very clearly how our thoughts can directly affect the water. If one person's thought can affect and change the quality of 1 tumbler water, 90 million people creating positive thoughts, naturally the whole river will become Amrita, nectar. That is why we call during Kumbh Mela that whole river becomes Amrita, nectar. Understand? Now, hundreds of you are gathered for one purpose, world peace, peace in the individual life and in the planet Earth. So you all are gathered, all our prayers, this whole river will become nectar, Amrita, and it will radiate positive energy. So much of chantings of Mahamantra, Krishna Nam, so much of meditations, so much of prayers, so much of Vedic chanting, so much is happening. All our positive thoughts, all our positive energy will naturally bless this whole Ohio, this whole country. God bless America. Thank you.
I request Her Grace Malati Devi Mataji to say a few words. On behalf of Chenmaya Machine, I would request Mr. Lahoti to say a few words.
Hari Om, respected Swamiji, Mr. Mayor, and devotees. This weekend is no doubt a very pious and important weekend for Columbus. I moved to Columbus almost 25 years ago. There was no temples, no religious facilities, no spiritual facilities. And after 25 years, Columbus has been blessed not only with Swamiji but temples like Swaminarayan Jain Center, Nithyananda Foundation's Shiv Temple, and Chennai Mission. So Columbus community deserves this credit along with Swamiji's, who have collectively participated and supported all these different activities.
We are now moving on to the 15th of April 2008. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally monitored and gave guidance for all the construction work that was taking place in Kailasa, Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala Sarvangapitham. As part of this project, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had continuous meetings with the volunteers and Kailasavasis who were administering the whole construction project, from which he listened to all of their queries around the whole project and gave instructions for its conclusion. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly dealing with the people in charge of the Arunachala Sarvangapitha and also on ground monitoring the construction of the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai. We are now moving on to the 15th of April 2010. KAILASA's Department of Information Broadcasting, in collaboration with Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Peacekeeping, aimed at eradicating violence and promoting peace, telecasted a video on the cosmic principles of living enlightenment as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In this talk entitled Living Enlightenment, an introduction by Paramahamsa Nithyananda, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism defined living enlightenment as conflict-free living. He explained that the idea of global peace never existed and will never exist. He observed that more inequality is generated by people trying to create equality in the outer world, and the truth is that peace cannot be achieved through war. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expressed clearly that we should not wait for the world to become conflict-free. He said that we should work instead on living conflict-free inside your own mind, body, and perception of the world. He made the distinction between imagination and visualization, explaining that visualization is your personal boundary of possibility. Let us now see the excerpt from the Divine Satsang.
You are about to watch a new series of talks by Paramahamsa Nithyananda on living enlightenment. Taken from different discourses given around the world to audiences of up to 10,000 people. Nithyananda explains what it means to live enlightenment and gives practical techniques to transform our lives and live this way every day in a fast-paced world.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Today's subject is living enlightenment. I'll try to share few ideas, few truths. If you have the deep seeking, the inquiry sense, and inquire, you can be sure these truths can be internalized, and any truth internalized expresses in the life by itself. In Vedanta we have 3 words: Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana. Shravana means listening to the great truths. Manana means internalizing it. Nididhyasana, living it. So today we'll listen few truths about enlightenment, try to internalize those truths, then naturally you will be living enlightenment. So the way for living enlightenment, the Jivan Mukti, is listening and internalizing. First, I'll try to share the few truths which I wanted to share with you all. What I mean by the word living enlightenment, please understand, this is the definition I have to share with you all. Living enlightenment means conflict-free life. Living without any conflicts, completely in ease with your body, mind, and the whole surroundings, what you experience as the outer world. Please understand. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, how can we be conflict-free in this world filled with conflicts? How can, only when the whole world is silent, happy, blissful, I can become conflict-free? No, it is never going to happen. One more thing, actually your enlightenment is no way connected or related to whole world or anything. When you start living conflict-free life, what you know as the world will become conflict-free. Only that can happen. You will never be able to make the whole world silent, peaceful. All the problems are created by the people who are trying to make the whole world silent. Actually, there is no such thing as peace of the whole world. It never existed. It can never exist. Even now, the press people asked me about this global peace and all this subject. They say that so much of inequality, that is the reason terrorism. I say from the time immemorial, the inequality is there. Actually, more and more inequality happens by the people who are trying to create equality. What to do? Anybody who is revolutionary, the moment he comes to power, he becomes one more tradition. Last 3,000 years of the recorded human history, we have 5,000 wars. Each war claims, when they start the war, they say we are going to bring peace to the world. Each war, each leader who starts the war claims he is going to bring peace to the world. One important truth is missed by all of them. When you start becoming conflict-free, suddenly the world which you experience becomes conflict-free. Only that is possible. This is the only possibility. If you try to do anything more, anything beyond, try your best. You may imagine, but you can't visualize. Imagination is different from visualization. Visualization means when you visualize, your heart also believes what you are visualizing is possible. Imagination means when you are thinking, your heart very clearly knows it is nothing to do with your reality. Please understand the difference between imagination and visualization. With imagination, when you are imagining, your heart knows you are imagining. With visualization, suddenly you know there is a possibility. Yes, I am thinking. I am working. There is a subtle difference between imagination and visualization. What you can visualize is the boundary of your manasarira. Whatever you can visualize, if that becomes conflict-free, in tune with what you are inside, you are living enlightenment, you have brought peace in the world. Only this is the possibility. This is the only thing which is possible. Everything else is impossible. People think, oh, whole world should become peaceful, should become happy. Only then I will be peaceful. I will be happy. You will never be. It's like you wait. One child was waiting. Mother asked, where? Child was waiting on the seashore. Mother asked, why are you waiting without taking bath? He says, no, let all the waves get settled, then I will take bath. It's never going to happen. Please understand, it's a very subtle point. If you can understand this truth, your unnecessary efforts you will be relieved from those unnecessary efforts. The first definition, living conflict-free life inside your body, mind, and what you experience as the world. I am not using the word whole world. No. I am using the word what you experience as the world. This is the only possibility. Nothing else is possible. If this is done, you are living enlightenment. Usually, we set impossible goals and try to reach. When we fail, we confirm it is impossible. And once we confirm it is impossible, we stop putting even the little effort which we were doing. And after that, all we do is blame the world, blame the God, blame everybody. Continuously blaming, blaming, blaming. Our whole life ends in blaming. So fix the proper practical goal. Understand what is possible and try to work. When you know something is possible and start working towards it, even a small, simple victories you achieve will bring tremendous encouragement, will give you tremendous courage, more confidence. You will start moving deeper and deeper towards the truth. You will start achieving and living what I call enlightenment.
We are now moving on to the 15th of April 2011. On that day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave a short speech to the delegates of the Inner Awakening about death and how it is perceived. Swamiji then leads them through the process of digging up their earliest memories and working through them in a short exercise where they work through their past engrams to relieve them of old patterns. Let us see the excerpt.
See, now when I guide you into the process, in other meditations, if you just sit patiently till I complete, next half an hour anyhow, okay. But now, the patience is not enough. You need enthusiasm. Because you need to visualize and go through tremendous courage. Tremendous courage to visualize whatever churns literally your stomach. Whatever you try to avoid in your life. See, sometime you may not avoid remembering your own death, but you may avoid remembering some of your near and dear one's death. You may not be able to handle that. Or losing your personality, means name and fame. Getting disgraced. That's a worst fear than anything else. I can tell you, I have tasted the extreme name and fame. Why tasted? Tasting also. And the extreme disgrace. I have tasted both. I have seen this extreme name and fame and this extreme abusal. I can tell you very important sacred secret from my own life. Just understand this one truth. People are unconscious while they are praising or abusing. That's all. This one truth, remembering, can liberate you from the whole calamity and chaos. People are unconscious while praising or abusing. When they praise, they do not know the meaning of the words they are uttering. When they abuse, again they do not know the meaning of the words they are uttering.
but unnecessarily you die to get the praising words. You die when they abuse. For both you die. To get praised you die. When they abuse you die. Understand, people are not conscious when they praise you. People are not conscious when they abuse you. They do not know the meaning. They do not know what they are doing. In other words, I can say, remember, people are fools. When you are abused or when you are expecting the praise, both time, remember, people are fools. We are going to now work on the death engram. Dig out the engrams of your fears. Recollect the earliest memories of your life and write down the incidents, memories, engrams you had about the fear of losing your name and fame. You see, for example, your mom says, whole school will tell you you are a bad boy. Your sister will tell you you are a bad boy. Don't be like a bad boy, be a good boy. That's your name and fame. Second, recollect the earliest memory and the oldest engrams related to fear of losing your physical health, fear of accidents, losing parts of your body, losing your loved ones, or fear of losing the love. Fourth, earliest memories and engrams. The engrams of fear of unknown, ghost, darkness, sometime even God. Sometime even God. Describe where you normally face fear strokes in your life. For example, here I have given an example. On a very silent afternoon, when your bell suddenly rings, when suddenly your boss calls you, when you are suddenly given a negative feedback by someone, finally, fear of death. Write the earliest concepts, all your childhood memories and beliefs you received about death in your life. You may have received ideas from your parents, teachers, relatives, church, temple, etc. Write down your own experience about the first death you directly faced or attended in your life. What was the impact on you of your first near and dear one's death? Relive the whole incident and vividly describe that experience. Please understand. Now I want you all to write answer for each question in 3 pages. Vividly, you will remember when the first death you faced in your life, what was the direction the dead body was kept? What was the smell in that room? Who all were there? What was the feeling you were going through? Who all were supporting it, encouraging it? I wanted you to not just remember, vivid remember, reliving each question.
please write answers in 3 pages. Please read the question again and again, at least 2 times. Then you will remember the answers. You will be able to look in deeply, dig it. Relive vividly. When you pen down, get into minute details. Because these minute details only create engrams. When you get into the minute detail only, you will uproot the engram completely. நான் என்ன சொல்றேன், அதெல்லாம் எழுதுங்கன்றேன். Think through about each question, each incident, each engrams. Dig out. Because you are going to relive them. Relive them.
We are now moving on to the 15th of April 2012. In that day's presidential address, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals the art of his signature technique. The practice of unclutching is the heartbeat of his wisdom and forms the foundation of our inner transformation. Once we implant the unclutching process, we can avoid repeating our past experiences and projecting our past into our future. Most of us are prisoners of our past. We repeat the behaviors we are familiar with. This results in the feeling that life is repetitive and boring, that we never experience anything new. When we unclutch, each moment becomes fresh, exciting, and filled with possibility. We now move on to the 15th of April 2013. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains how the 4 truths of life transform our experience. He warns us that when we find ourselves continually unable to solve our conflicts, we have become spiritually disconnected. The key to reviving our energy lies in embodying the 4 principles over and over again until they imprint into our biomemory. The sincere patience of integrity grants us a positive perspective. Authenticity brings us into the space of infinite possibility. Responsibility raises us to leadership, and enriching opens the way to enlightenment. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also delivered a discourse in Tamil. We now move on to the 15th of April 2014. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained the power of the Timali. The Timali is there surrounding us to act as the Guru and to remind us of our highest potential. The Timali mirrors our incompletions, showing us what areas we need to work on. In this loving, caring environment, we are safe to work on our own non-trusting attitude, which blocks the Advaitic experience from happening in us. Let us see the Nithyananda Times of the 15th of April 2015.
Consciousness has so much of freedom, power, because that is the center around which everything moves. When you experience consciousness with your pure intelligence, you experience that as time. When you experience consciousness with your visualization capability, you experience that as a space. When you experience consciousness with your logic, you experience that as your nature. When you experience your consciousness with your desires, you experience that as a responsibility. When you taste your consciousness as a joy, you call that as a result. It is consciousness, that is life, that is result. Touch with the consciousness can be million times beautiful, amazing, fulfilling than any pleasure, any fruit of life you are expecting. You do yoga, you work out, you run, you do all the things required, and then health comes. It's the karma bringing result. But suddenly Master puts his hand on your head and the health happens. Is consciousness interfering and creating a result which is independent of your nature, space, action and responsibility. That is what is initiation. Understand, in every being, only if an intervention of the consciousness happens, the ball starts rolling in a new direction and the progress towards the enlightenment will start happening. Today is 14th anniversary of Nithyananda Sangha. Actually, if you look the history back, Biddi is not the first ashram I created. It's in Erode, on the banks of Kaveri, the place called Avattipalayam. That is the place the first ashram was created. Today, that ashram was formally inaugurated in 2001. 2001, April 14th. You can see the photograph with my own handwriting. Not to forget the date, I myself recorded. In the name of Ramakrishna Dhyana Peetham. That was the first ashram I created on the banks of Kaveri in Erode. If you see, actually the Sangha, Nithyananda Sangha started on April 14th, 2001. 2003 we became more an organization in Bangalore, Biddi, but 2001 was the real beginning. I bless this Nithyananda Sangha. Let you grow, grow, grow and serve the whole universe forever.
We are now moving on to the 15th of April 2016. On that day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism arrived at the Ujjain Adinam for the most auspicious and holiest event of Kumbh Mela. Kumbh Mela is the world's largest gathering in the name of faith, a Hindu pilgrimage where seekers from all over the world gather to bathe in the sacred rivers. This Kumbh Mela was special as it was the Simhastha Kumbh Mela and it happened in Ujjain. And here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with all of the festivities and ready to begin the various activities in the sacred gathering of the Kumbh Mela. We are now moving on to the 15th of April 2017. On that day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the Nitya Dhyan Yoga Convention In this convention, the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul, Balasans of the Nithyananda order gave a power manifestation demo to the audience where they manifested the Shaktis of Paramashiva. One of these Shaktis was receiving the answer from the cosmos through the Krishna Shila on questions that had to do with the dimension of length. We are now moving on to the 15th of April, 2018. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expounded on the cosmic principle of letting one become many during the everyday life, Nithyananda Satsang. In this talk entitled How Sadashiva Manifested the 11 Dimensions of the Universe, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared the technique of asking yourself, how would Sadashiva have handled a problem or situation, with the understanding that one became many, problems are solved and the friction is reduced in organizations and in families. When you internalize your integrity to a vision and are able to transmit powerful cognitions to your team, family, company, or organization, then life becomes ekoham bahusyamaha. Don't fall into powerlessness if you're running a company, organization, team, or family. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism advised delegates to sit for prayer as the best alternative for any low mood. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated delegates into the Shiva Diksha and gave a powerful Kalpataru Darshan. Let us go through the Nithyananda times of the 15th of April, 2018.
On the auspicious day of the Tamil New Year, His Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda inaugurated the Sadashiva Mandapa of the Nithyanandeshwara Sadashiva Devasthanam.
Jivan Mukti Pradam Devam Kshama Purnam Jagadgurum.
The rituals for the inauguration started 2 days ago and culminated in the Grand Maharudra Homa, the Parayanam, and the Shatru Samharat Trishati Homa.
Yatha nas sarvamijjagadayakshmagum sumana asat adhyavachadadhi bhakta prathamo devyabhishak ahegascha sarvan jambhayan sarvascha yatu dhanyaha असो यस्ताम्रो अरुण उत बभ्रः सुमङ्गलः ये चेमागुं रुद्रा अभितो दिक्षु श्रिताः सहस्रशो वैशागुं हेड ईमहे असौ यो वसर्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः उतैनं गोपा अदृशन्ददृशन्नुदहार्यः उतैनं विश्वाभूतानि सदृष्टो मृडयातिनः नमो अस्तु नीलग्रीवाय सहस्राक्षाय मेढुषे अथो ये अस्य सत्त्वानो हन्तेभ्यो करन्दमः प्रमुञ्च धन्वनस्त्वमुभयोरार्त्रियोर्ज्याम् याश्च ते हस्त इषवः परा.
The Kalasha waters were offered in Abhishekam to the Swayambhu Nithyanandeshwara Sadashiva Linga. Devotees strove to participate in this historic happening at the first largest golden temple built for Maha Sadashiva.
कपर्दिनो विशल्यो बाणवागुम् उत अनेशं नस्येष व आभुरस्य निषङ्गथिः याते हेतर्मेषुष्टमा
दर्शन दो परम कृपा नित्यानंदा तव चरणं जगत गुरु नित्यानंदा दर्शन दो परम कृपा नित्यानंदा
We are now moving on to the 15th of April 2020. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism raised the consciousness of the delegates by bestowing them with the most enjoyable, sweet, and blissful Krishna Bhava Samadhi Darshan, contributing to over 108 humanitarian causes of Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations. Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University marks today as Season 2, Day 11 of Paramashivoham. One of the major highlights of Kailasa's contributions through this convention is power manifestation. Today, being the power of third eye, sannyasis of the Nithyananda order of monks and initiated acharyas worldwide, affiliated with the Department of Education of Kailasa, conducted a series of seminars focusing on the truths of end communication and leadership and karma yoga, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, inspiring millions towards the science of Hinduism. And on the 15th of April 2021, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism presided over the Meenakshi Brahmotsavam celebrations, known as the Chitre Brahmotsavam, and over the flag hoisting ceremony. Additionally, after having successfully completed the Pachai Patni Vratam, Devi Mahamari Parashakti herself directly manifested to bless the world through the Parashakti Arulvak. And with that, we come to the end of this beautiful segment of the Glimpses of the Glorious Past. And we thank each and every one of you for joining us in this beautiful segment. And let us now get ready to receive the alive satsang of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Please sit straight, get into a space of deep gratitude and listening, and experience the divine satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. The existence of the super consciousness consciously, powerfully reflecting into your conscious existence, and your conscious existence recognizing your possibilities and powers of your superconscious existence is superconscious mutation. I wanted to make it very clear. This word mutants is misunderstood all over the world, especially the Hollywood movies and TV serials. The way they project the idea mutants, that is not the way Hinduism reveals about the conscious mutation. Please understand.
The Hollywood movies and TV serials, what they talk about mutants is people with extra power, but not enlightenment or the intelligence, compassion to handle the power, compassion to handle the responsibility. It is more like a unconscious mutants from the lower worlds. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. The lower worlds. That concept only is presented in Hollywood movies and TV series like a Heroes, the New Heroes TV series. All these presents almost kind of a frightening depiction about the mutants. Completely forget about that. Understand what Hindu Shastras, Hindu scriptures, Vedas and Agamas, Puranas talk about superconscious mutation. From the vertical time zone, the higher conscious beings, people who achieved superconsciousness, those beings, their superconsciousness, when that reflects in your individual conscious existence, you start manifesting great enlightenment, intelligence, compassion, highest order of human values and divine qualities. With those jnana, buddhi, higher values, you start manifesting powers, extraordinary Shaktis. Please understand. In India, even 200 years before, this was a lifestyle. Every village will have few Shatavadanis. Shatavadani means a person who can perform 100 acts at a time. Please understand. Great Vedic scholars in Hindu tradition developed these powers, possibilities through the superconscious mutation. Through this superconscious mutation, they could perform 100 acts at a time because all their non-mechanical parts of the brain was awakened through this superconscious mutation process. I want all of you to know elaborately our Hindu scriptures, history, books have documented. Puranas are not mythology or myth, it's a history. They have documented these superconscious mutants, people who had the superconscious mutation experience. The Panchapandavas' birth itself is a superconscious mutation. Kundi received the power to make the superconscious beings give their DNA and give birth to kids through their DNA. She brought Surya's DNA with the blessing of Surya. That superconscious mutant is Karana. Till the end, his great value, the greatest value of Surya is just giving. Radiance is his very nature. Anything Karna had, he just gave. The quality of giving, radiating, could never be removed from Karna because he is from the DNA of Surya, the greatest giver, Bhaskara, radiating. He gave his very life. He is the extraordinary giver. Then Kundi brought the DNA of Yamadharma Raja, Yama, who is the Lord of natural law, Dharma, and gave birth to a child in the same signs of superconscious mutation. Till the end, Dharma. Yudhishthira never violates Dharma. The way he upheld Dharma is unimaginable. It's because superconscious mutation. Then comes Bhima. It's a superconscious being, Vayu. His DNA was brought, and Vayu's very DNA, superconscious mutation has been done, and Bhima was born. The power Bhima radiated, the power of Vayu Bhagavan, the power Bhima radiated is unimaginable. Arjuna is a superconscious mutant of Indra. Then Nahula and Sahadeva, they are the superconscious mutants of Ashwini Kumaras. These great beings are all superconscious mutants. Understand? Our Idihasas, Puranas elaborately document these superconscious mutation and the signs of superconscious mutation. There's an elaborate description of the 7 enlightenment cities, Kashi, Kanchi, Madhura, all these 7, Mayapuri, all these 7 enlightenment cities each having the population of 10,000 Sahasravatanis, 1 lakh Shadavatanis. Sahasravatani means who can perform 1,000 action at a time. Sadavatani means who can perform 100 action at a time. Please understand, what I am talking is not story. Even as recently as now, there are documentation in Mohal's court where they start awarding Shatavadanis. they start giving awards to Shatavadanis. There are documentation. In front of the court, people performed this 100 acts at a time. Forget all of that. Even now, in Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins community, they are keeping this tradition of avatanis alive. The living stream is not dead. It is there still. It's there. Shodasavadanis, Ashtavadanis, still the tradition is there. In Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins tradition, and even the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled in the banks of Kaveri in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. All the three, Godavari, Karnataka, Kaveri in Karnataka, Kaveri in the Tamil Nadu. In all three places, the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled are still keeping these Avadani traditions alive. Actually, there's an elaborate description how these rivers were energized with the superconscious energy for these Avadani traditions to be kept alive. The Ganga was used for Sahasravatanis, people who can perform 1,000 acts. They settled in Kashmir and Kashi. Then the next level, people who can perform little less than 1,000, but around 900. They settled in Yamuna. And you need to know, after the Ganga and Yamuna, people who can perform above 500, but less than 900. That group settled near Godavari. That is why when we describe the rivers and worship, Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati. Saraswati does not come third, Godavari comes third. Then comes Saraswati. Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati Narmade Sindhu Kaveri. It was different settlement of different Avadanis. There's an elaborate description of how these Avadanis are trained and how this science was kept alive. Avadani's training is one of the aspect of superconscious mutation. More than Avadanis, another important aspect of superconscious mutation is ability to use the astras. Ability to use the different organs, senses. Listen. Ability to use different organs and senses. That superconscious mutation is Avadanis. You will have an extraordinary capacity to smell, think, write poetry, recollect the numbers, names uttered, means the Jnanendriya, Karmendriya, Manas, Chitta, Buddhi, memory, everything will be fully active, alive, intensely, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. That is what is the definition of being an avatani. All your jnanendriyas and karmendriyas. Jnanendriya means the organs in your system which receives information and processes. Karmendriya means organs in your system which performs actions. Jnanendriyas and karmendriyas and the internal organs who are responsible for Jnanendriyas and karmendriyas to be fully active and alive. Sorry for using too many Sanskrit terms. I'll try to translate every Sanskrit term I'm using and give English meaning. The knowledge receptors and action performers, these two organs, for example, tongue, when it tastes, it is called Jnanendriya. When it speaks, it is called Karmendriya. Same tongue, when it performs the action of receiving the taste and processing that information, it's called Jnanendriya. The same tongue, when it performs the action of talking, it's called Karmendriya. Like that, the Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas and the internal organs which are responsible for these Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be active. For example, liver. Only if your liver is absolutely detoxed and fully active, you will have a deep ability to coordinate all the actions. Please understand, coordination of all the actions needs not just the support of the brain, it needs the support of your liver. Because your liver is responsible for all your internal organs functioning smoothly. So, the Avadani has to keep his whole body detoxed. If you are an Avadani, you will automatically keep your body detoxed. Only if you are detoxed, you will be able to be an Avadani. Keeping all your karmendriyas, jnanendriyas and internal organs active, alive, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically, in a synced way is called Avadana. I myself have seen an Avadani who can smell, listen to the music, taste some of the food items, and hear the numbers, flower names, various other names being uttered, and see the scenes in front of him, which is constantly changed, various paintings, mix all this and sing poetry without missing the order. He can see everything, listen everything, and during this whole process, somebody will be touching his back with peacock feather at various points. He will narrate this whole thing in a poetic way without missing the order. This multiple performance avadanis is one aspect of superconscious mutation. Then the next, using shastras. That is what now I am making Suvignana master. See, in Shankara's history, if you see Adi Shankara's history, two of his disciples never studied anything. Totakacharya, Bhatmapada. They just served him. Just by superconscious mutation, he made both of them Shastravadanis. Shastravadanis, like Sahasra Avadanis on Shastra. Sahasra Avadanis means they can perform 1,000 actions at a time. Shastra centered. He made both of them Sarvanyas. What Mandana Mishra did through the self-effort, his whole life, Adi Shankara gave it through superconscious mutation to Todaka and Bhatmapada Acharyas, just like that. Sarvanyatva can be transmitted through the initiation. And Sahasravadana of Shastras can be transmitted just like that. Adi Shankara has demonstrated it. Then Sahasravadanis of Shastras. How do you think Drona could transmit this whole science to all the students in short period? Especially the capacities of Arjuna, Bhima. If you see all their capacities, unimaginable capacities cannot come by training. It is only the science of superconscious mutation. Just within 7 years, Karna receives everything including Brahmastram from Parasurama. How? It's impossible by training, but only through the superconscious mutation. Understand, superconscious mutation is a science. There are 25 branches of Sahasravatana, performing 1,000 actions at a time centered on organs. This tradition is kept alive in the Telugu Brahmins community who settled in the banks of Godavari and Kaveri. Understand what I am saying? Even now, there is a living stream, at least few people. We have Shodasavadanis, means who can perform 16 actions at a time. I want to tell you, put this on record, how the invaders of India destroyed this Avadani tradition. They understood these Avadanis are the powerful people keeping this Hindu tradition alive. So these invaders started rewarding the Avadanis. Everyone thought, why will award and reward Avadanis? Hindus. Because all these Hindu Avadanis have started coming out openly, publicly to receive the award and reward. They collected everyone and finished them off once for all. That is the way the living stream of the Avadanis were destroyed by the invaders. Understand? But one good news I have for you, all of you, is fortunately, this Avadani, the superconscious mutation, is done in the DNA level. If the Telugu Brahmin DNA is available, Telugu Brahmin kids are available, that is enough. I can reinitiate them, revive the whole Avadani tradition, which is what I am doing through our Gurukul. This is the good news we have. The Gotra of Avadanis, the Telugu Brahmins who carry this Avadanis DNA, if the child is initiated, into power manifestation, immediately he reclaims, his DNA is awakened, and the whole Avadana powers starts manifesting. The superconscious mutation starts happening. Shrikant Iyer is sending a message. His family also, there are Avadanis. Shrikant Iyer, you are a Tamil Brahmin. That is not called Avadanis. That is a different science. It is yogic powers. Please understand. The Telugu Brahmins kept the Avadana tradition alive. Tamil Brahmins kept the Mantra Shastra alive. The Avadanis which you are talking, Shrikant Iyer, your family, you are actually Tamil Brahmin, means the Tanjavur Brahmins, Tambras family. Hope I am right. And people who carry that Iyer title, that DNA, your Avadanatva is manifested through Mantra Shastra. Fundamentally, the Tamil Brahmins Avadana tradition, that superconscious mutation is Shastra centered. The Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition is organ centered. Karmendriya, Jnanendriya centered power is the Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition. The Tamil Brahmins, see, I don't want to create any conflict or community fight here. I am just putting all these things in record. Whatever I saw in the Akashic records and Shastras and the traditions and books, I am putting it on record. The Tamil Brahmins have the Sahasravatana capacity, Shastra centered. Once the Tamil Brahmin boy or a girl goes through a superconscious mutation, he can perform Avadana on any Shastras. On any Shastras. The Shastra-centric Avadana performance, Sahasravadana performance, science was kept alive, focused by Tamil Brahmins. Please understand, it's not that Tamil Brahmins never studied the Avadana tradition of Telugu Brahmins, but each of them took up one branch and kept it alive. And Shastra-centered Avadana tradition, Shastra means weapon. Shastra, Astra-centered Avadana tradition was kept alive by Parasurama's Gotra in UP. The whole UP area, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, in that area, the Parasurama's Gotra is still alive. They have that Sahasravadana tradition centered on Shastras and Astras. Still, I have seen one Brahmin sadhu who can pick up a grass and chant a mantra and throw that grass, it will catch fire by itself and go and fall some 20-30 kilometers away and blast. I have seen a sadhu who can perform this avadana. Please understand, the organ-centric superconscious mutation avadani tradition was kept alive in Telugu Brahmin stream. Shastra-centric, mantra-centric, Sahasravadana tradition was kept alive by Tamil Brahmins, and Astra-Shastra, weapon-centric avadana was kept alive by the Parashurama's Gotra in UP and Uttarakhand, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and UP, the UP, Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. And Ramesh Ramani is sending a message that they are Telugu Brahmins, and one of his great-grandmother has written the Ramayana on wall. Oh God. Actually, these are living, what to say that, living documentations. And I am getting so many messages. And Nitya Ramani is saying that Isha and Keshava are half Telugu Brahmins. Can they be initiated, Swamiji? Please understand, for the superconscious mutation, they have to be in a Gurukul. And Nitya Ramani, if you want 2 kids for the family, keep Isha and Keshav. Now plan to give birth to more kids. And you are young, you are not old. You are young, you can. Give birth at least 2 to 3 kids more. Send them to Gurukul because it needs a full attention for their DNA to fully manifest. Mainly the ecosystem. Ecosystem where they continue every day, they have to manifest powers. Their food. You need to understand, Nitya Ramani, because you asked, I am telling you, the lifestyle and the kind of words people utter around, all that plays a major role when a child flowers into Avadani. The fear and greed, everything should be centered on power manifestation, not on money manifestation. See, it is not that our Gurukul kids don't have fear or don't have greed, but it is all centered on power manifestation. They get greedy to manifest more powers. They get fear if they don't manifest powers. But it is not centered on money. Oh, will I get a job? Will I get this certificate? Will I get that? So understand, the whole life has to be focused on power manifestation and becoming Avadanis. The real reason why I am so focused on Gurukul is my work is not just writing some 1,000 books, giving 1,000 satsangs, my work is super conscious mutation. Making thousands and thousands of avadanis, power manifestors, demonstrably. Please understand one more thing. I want to put this whole thing on record. Good news is this whole science is recorded inside the DNA. So as long as the last Brahmin is alive, this science cannot be destroyed, cannot be eliminated. That's the good news. The great news is Paramashiva has empowered me. He has given me the power to revive, awaken, and do the superconscious mutation. And revive that power of Sahasravadani. So Nityaramani, first thing, you are young, you are not old. Both of you are young. You can plan for at least 2 or 3 more kids and send them to Gurukul after the age of 7. This will be equivalent to giving $1 billion to Hindu society. Understand? When you give one child to Gurukul and when he starts manifesting powers, a tradition is revived. Not just one person. A tradition is revived. I always tell people, when one Hindu woman is taken away, it is not that we lose one woman, yet whole lineage is lost. Same way, if the one child, Brahmin child, or one Brahmin girl starts manifesting this avatana powers, it is not that one girl or one boy is manifesting. The whole gotra, the whole order, the tradition, the heritage, that whole lineage is revived. The kids who are staying in their home with parents, I can initiate them, give them few powers. But becoming like a Sahasravatani, you need the ecosystem where the kids manifest these powers intensely. I wanted to tell all of you who put the message now, Ramesh Ramani, Nitya Ramani, Shrikant Iyer, all of you, take this very seriously. One child from the Brahmin tradition, Brahmin DNA, please understand, I am not a casteist person. All of you should know, I myself is not a Brahmin DNA. I am from Adishayavalalar community. So you should know that I am not a casteist person, and I talk so much about social justice, and I work for the social justice. Here I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. I am not talking about the social community structure. I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. So understand, if one Brahmin child becomes part of the Gurukul and he starts manifesting powers and sarvanyatva, and he starts manifesting this avadanitva, not just the one child, the whole lineage is revived. Hindus need to realize last 300 years, heavy persecution, huge effort was put to destroy this Avadani science, the superconscious mutation science, because this is the core of Hinduism. Core of Hinduism is not just in Shastras, not just in temples. All that is great. Keeping it alive, all that is container. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Understand, I am not disrespecting Shastras or the temples. No way. But all I am telling you is Shastras and temples are all containers. See, when invaders invaded India, they burnt libraries, whole thing. Some of our libraries was burning for 2 years. Around 20 million books, manuscripts have been burnt. But the whole thing was rewritten within next 10 years by just 10 Brahmins sitting in a remote forest, because in their DNA the whole thing is programmed and in their memory the whole thing is there. They just sit and go on writing. Patanjali himself says, I took my 1,000-headed Patanjali Adisesha farm and wrote this whole Mahabhashya. It means he became the Sahasravatani, the 1,000 independent, intelligent brain tracts. He activated it, and all the whole 1,000 track revealed all the 1,000 branches of the knowledge. Patanjali is the Tamil Brahmin who is a Sahasravatani, mantra, Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. Is the Tanjore Brahmin. Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. He reveals the whole Mahabhashya. So if you just have one Patanjali, even if 1,000 libraries are burnt, no problem. They will repeat it and rewrite it, pen the whole thing down in next 10 years. That is the way, even though millions of temples are destroyed and the libraries got burned, we immediately came back. We immediately revived the whole thing in next generation, within next generation. Now is the time to revive not just the Avadani science of organ-centric, mantra-centric, Shastra and Shastra-centric, all the 25 branches of Avadani tradition. Sahasravatana in all 25 branches, the mantra, power manifestation. Power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana is one of the science branches. We can create kids who can perform 1,000 power manifestation at a time. Sahasravatana at a time. I can talk about all these things. With Paramashiva's grace, I have a right to talk about all these things because I already demonstrated many things which I am talking. Understand? The organ-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is this remote vision, ability to read blindfolded, and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is that any book, without opening the eyes, the kids can just tell what is there in which page. Already Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. Sarvanyatva, not just Nithyananda, many kids along with Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. And Astra
Astra-centric, Astra-Shastra-centric, Sahasravatana. This comes under this materialization. Many other power manifestations come under this Astra and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. You can receive anything you want and send anything you want. Many of these powers, these Avadana traditions, these sciences I have demonstrated. Now, through a large scale Gurukul, I'll be taking this whole science to the whole world. See, the good news I have for all of you is, with the grace of Paramashiva, we demonstrated it is possible. We already revived the foolproof. The methodology is success, end to end, the quality control passed. That is done. Now we will have to make it available to the whole world by making large numbers, like 10,000 balasans, 10,000 female sannyasinis, 10,000 rudraganyas, manifesting these different Avadana traditions. That is what we have to do, and that is what I am doing. That is what I am focused, and I know what all the dangers and attacks possible, what all the persecution, dangers and attacks possible. I am first doing all the protection needed to protect once I start doing this work. So understand, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will do it, and he is doing it. He is really doing it. He is doing great work in large scale. Great work in large scale. I am just creating the infrastructure needed to host these thousands of kids, thousands of Gurukul Balasans, thousands of sannyasis, Rudraganyas, Apat sannyasis, who will work on the superconscious mutation, start manifesting these powers. I'm just working. So understand, by the time I evolve these infrastructures, all of you who put the message, Shrikant, Nithyaramani, Ramesh Ramani, all of you, you guys plan for getting more and more Brahmin kids. Your very DNA which you want to revive. Start working. If you feel, oh, it is little late for me, Swamiji, especially Ramesh Ramani may say, I think Swamiji, it is little late for me. But no problem. You have daughters, you have sons and daughters. You tell your daughters to give birth. Let the next generation. See, if possible, you give birth. If not, your sons and your daughters. Ask them. If you want to 2 child for your family, have 2 for you, and give few more kids birth to at least 2-3 more, and let that child go and be part of the Gurukul and revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I tell you, sending a child to the Gurukul will be equivalent to donating $1 billion to Hindu society. Because even if you give $1 billion, what will I do? I have to find a living DNA, kids, who will go through the superconscious mutation process and manifest this to the world.
I can do all the Sahasravatana, but one person doing, maybe it will bring glory to me, but I am interested in bringing the glory to the whole Hindu tradition, not just me. I am interested in reviving this whole tradition where 10,000 kids perform the superconscious mutation process of Sahasravatana. I want all the Brahmins to know, especially if you are from a family where alcohol and non-veg is not a lifestyle, where still you keep the Brahminical traditions alive, you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA which can revive Hinduism. So I request the Brahmins, especially still who are living the Brahminical lifestyle of no non-veg, no alcohol, that lifestyle. You all need to know you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA, and your kids not only can be the greatest gift for reviving Hinduism, they can be greatest gift for the whole humanity. Sonali Gupta is asking, what was the Kashmir Avatani tradition? Kashmir Avatani tradition was power manifestation science. On power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. If you see the whole Kashmiri Shaivite tradition, it was all about the power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. They were able to manifest 1,000 powers at a time. Sahasravatana on Shakti Avishkarana tradition. See, a university, Hindu university, this is the way it existed. Fortunately, I could get the blueprint of at least 12 universities that existed. Tarukavanam. Tarukavanam is one of the greatest Hindu university where the rewriting of all the Puranas happened. The Tarukavana rishis. And then the Kadambavanam. Kadambavanam is around the Madurai. There was a university. Madurai was called Kadambavanam, and around the Madurai, one university. And Vedaranyam, forest of Vedas in Tamil Nadu, Vedaranyam, and Kanchi. Like that, different universities, blueprints I got. Fortunately, Paramashiva gave access to me. In that, I saw all these universities had 25 branches of Sahasravatanis. People who can perform 1,000 actions spontaneously, simultaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation, either centered on organs, or centered on Shastras, scriptures, or centered on Shakti Avishkarana, power manifestation, or centered on Astra Shastra Vidyas. Like these 25 branches, the metallurgy and arts, the whole Vishwakarma Sampradaya. Understand, we had Vishwakarmas who can perform 1,000 acts at a time on the science of sacred arts. Vishwakarmas are called Vishwakarma Brahmins. You should know that. They are Brahmin DNA. That was one of the branch in the 25 branches of the university. With Paramashiva's grace, We will revive all the 25 branches, Sahasravadanis in each branch, at least few thousand kids, so that it is kept alive forever in the future. I have already demonstrated the grace of Paramashiva, the science Paramashiva gave to me is working. I have already demonstrated. Now I just needed to scale it up. And I also realized what all the external attacks and internal attacks possible. When I scale it up, based on that, I am creating an infrastructure where once we start doing it, we will not need to waste our time in defending ourselves from the external attacks and internal attacks. We have a complete foolproof system where there is no attacks. We are absolutely safe. With the grace of Paramashiva, he has already given us that kind of a legal, political structure. Now we are just making infrastructure. And this is what is the real revival of enlightened civilization. Conscious civilization. And I know now what I said, what I focused, and what I delivered is too much even to grasp. These Avadani traditions which I described, 4 different Avadani traditions. Organ-centered, mantra-centered, Shastra-Astra-centered, sacred arts centered. Just understanding this 4 itself, you need to watch this satsang at least for 10 days. And you should first of all understand Avadani. You should see few Avadanis. Only then you will understand what is this Avadani tradition. Only if you see my Gurukul Balasans manifesting some 10-12 powers, you will understand this power manifestation is possible. Till then you can never understand. You may think, no, it is not possible. It is all just humbug. You can go on. But only if you see, check for yourself, foolproof, you will understand, wow, it is all true. Same way, only if you see few Avadanis, you will understand. The Avadani tradition is possible. Is possible. And understand all these various Avadani traditions. Totally 25 different Avadani traditions existed in Hinduism. documented as the documents I could see. Whatever documents I could see, I saw these 25 traditions. So I am going to revive this 25, and Paramashiva has blessed me with the knowledge, ability, energy, Kundalini Shakti to perform the superconscious mutation for all these 25 traditions. In these 25 traditions, each one represents one face of Paramashiva. One face of Paramashiva represents one Avadani tradition. Avadani is a person who can perform multiple acts simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation happened in him. It can be in the field of organs. It can be in the field of Shastra scriptures. It can be in the field of power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. It can be in the field of Stapatya Veda, sacred arts. Stapatya Veda. It can be in the field of food and medicine, Ayurveda, Ayush Veda. Food and medicine both are considered as the same branch in Hindu tradition. Food and medicine was not separate. It was one and the same in Hindu tradition. And all these 25 branches, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will be reviving through the superconscious mutation process. Paramashiva himself is here to do this work, to do this job. All the major Hindu universities we had, Naimisharanya, Tarukavana, Katambavana, Vedaranya, all these were the great universities which had all these 25 traditions, 25 Sarvanya Pitas. Understand? Temples, monasteries, gurukuls, libraries, all of them are containers. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Especially if you are from a Brahmin community who's still living the Brahminical traditional lifestyle of no non-veg and no alcohol. Actually, if you don't do Gayatri, if you don't do Sandhya Vandanam, if you don't do Agnihotra Mandala also is okay. I'm not saying don't do. Even if you have not performed all of that is also okay, because that can be just revived. But the non-veg and alcohol and drugs directly affects the very DNA structure. The capacity of the DNA is lost if you allow non-veg and alcohol and drugs. If you have kept non-veg, alcohol, drugs away and lived the Brahminical lifestyle, if you just keep these three away, that Brahminical lifestyle will be more than enough. You are still carrying a powerful DNA which can be a great blessing not only for Hindus, for the whole world. Because if you give one child, for example, Paramesha, Sri Advaita and Mahadvaita gave Paramesha and Tattva to Gurukul. Especially Paramesha. The way he started manifesting powers when he was a kid. It is not that now he is only one sannyasi or one kid, one balasant manifesting powers. He is going to revive, inspire a lineage. I am giving an example. If he becomes a Pitadipati, once fully able to perform Sahasravatana, 1000 actions, he can easily perform 50 at least right now. 50 power manifestation he can perform right now, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. I just need to support him with the ecosystem, and it will be just hardly 2-3 years work for him to become 1000 Sahasravatani in power manifestation, in Shakti Avishkarana. Because he's a Tamil Brahmin, the Tanjavur Brahmin DNA, he will be naturally centered on mantra, the Shastra, scripture centric Sahasravatani, that he will naturally manifest with the power manifestation. Because power manifestation directly I am giving. So you will be able to do both, like a power manifestation Sahasravatana and mantra, Shastra manifestation Sahasravatana. Both you will be able to easily perform. So when he does that, if he becomes a Pitadipati, a sannyasi, he will be inspiring millions of the next generation to become sannyasis and take this science forward. If he decides to become Grihastha, when he grows up and if he decides he wants to get married, at least his whole family and the lineage, that Karuvali Parambarai, will start carrying the same awakened superconscious mutation DNA. Anyway, he will be blessing for the world. If he takes up Grihastha, he will be making few kids manifesting. If he becomes sannyasi, he will be making few thousand kids manifesting this Sahasravatana. That's all. Understand? What I am talking is a clear Paramashiva's blueprint. He will do it. He is doing it. He is doing it. I tell you, the real work is all about superconscious mutation. Actually, when Paramesha had a fracture in the hand, it is because of my fear for Mahadvaita and Rishiyadvaita, I sent him to hospital. If there was no interference of Mahadvaita and Rishiyadvaita, I would not have sent him to hospital. Because I know how to heal it simply, just by the superconscious mutation. But Mahadvaita is terrorized. What can I do? I have to be legally right as per the Indian law. So I said, all right, take him to hospital and do what need to be done. I only consciously supported him. If I did not have Mahadvaita, Rishiyadvaita's interference, all it would have taken for me is 10 minutes to remove the pain, next 10 minutes to make the bone set. And after half an hour, I'll tell them, hey, now take the X-ray and show that it's all clear. The X-ray will prove he's all right, it's all clear. That's it. no question of any other things needed. Because this Avadana tradition, when the superconscious mutation starts happening inside a child, he gets the power to manifest the body as he wants. Paramesha did not have pain when he had a fracture, his connection with me. But he has to be sent to hospital for medical attention is because of Mahadvaita and Rishi Advait's fears. Middle class Hindus, what to do? For last 5-6 generations, even they do not know that this kind of avadana is possible, and even they have not seen their parents or great-grandparents manifesting these powers. At least 3-4 generations it is gone. So they are all jittery, shaky, middle-class Hindus. Always they want to have a plan B, that fallback. And it is not their mistake. That is the way now, because for so many generations you did not see all this is possible. Forget about Mahadvait, Rishi Advait, Paramesha getting medically treated. When I had the fracture, not only I did not have pain, but finally, no hospital was ready to do the surgery without anesthesia. I am telling, hey, I am an adult. I will write and give you that I don't want anesthesia. You perform the surgery directly. Actually, I did not even want to go to the allopathy hospital. I want to go to the Puttur in Tamil Nadu. There is a place called, sorry, not Tamil Nadu, Andhra. There is a place called Puttur, Nagari Puttur, where the Sahasravadanis of medical field, in that one branch is still alive. Any kind of fracture, they will cure it without any surgery in 10 days. From all over the world, people come there. I want to go there actually. But these guys were constantly, these doctors, no, we cannot discharge you from the hospital and it has to be done within next few hours. All these big mess, and I thought, oh God, even I have to be legally obedient. Obey legally. Even I cannot go through the surgery without anesthesia. That was. But what to do? When you are in a country, you have to go through their legal system. Actually, the moment I had the fracture, I told my disciples, hey, drive to Nagari Puttur directly. Don't go to Bangalore. But somehow these fellows said, no, Swamiji, let's first take the X-ray and know where the fracture is exactly and take it to the Nagari Puttur so that they will repair it. We will go to hospital only for diagnosis, but treatment we will go to Nagari Puttur. But once you enter the hospital, they say, no, we can't discharge you. You are a VIP. And the hospital will get the bad name if we send you out. Then I said, all right, perform at least surgery without anesthesia. But the law is law. They said, no, it's a law of the land. They have to first of all report to police, and they have to report to government because a VIP having a hand fracture, and they are answerable to any of the repercussions or outcomes. Anyhow, but I tell you, only when I demonstrate the powers of the superconscious mutation, world will realize the greatest gift Hindus are having, which need to be shared with the whole world. This will be the greatest gift Hindus will be giving to the whole world. I'll continue with my initiations into superconscious mutation in the further sessions. Today I wanted to reveal the blueprint, Paramashiva's blueprint. In the further satsangs, I'll give detailed initiations. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramadvaitam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Jnanapatiti Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilakshya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's
Science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The Shastra Pramana, the authentic scriptures, Shrutis, the Veda Agamas, stand as a foundation for Hinduism. Apta Pramana, authentic, time-tested, foolproof compilation of the experience of the sages, rishis, enlightened masters, which is in terms with the Shastra Pramana. Atma Pramana, which with Apta Pramana, a guru is able to experience and live the truth claimed by the Shastras. Shakshi Pramana, manifestation and experience of the guru's initiation in a disciple, which is demonstrable to the world. Of a particular lineage which is demonstrable to the world, and Pratyaksha Pramana, having the truth validated by the scientific study. Bhagavan has given all the Pramanas to understand the deeper science of the power manifestation. All this great science, again and again, when we hear it, we start understanding the deeper truth of power manifestation.
for the power of mind reading. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana for the power of mind reading. Is taken from the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.17. There's an independent, intelligent inside us. Let's go to the
Shastra Pramana for the power of mind reading is taken from the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.15. Hridaye chitta samghatad drishyasvapadarshanam. Hridaye chitta samghatad drishyasvapadarshanam.
Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully explains, when the individual mind is united into the core consciousness, every observable or objective phenomena and even the absence of every objective phenomena is directly experienced as the form of consciousness and appears in its existential reality as it is. Bhagavan Paramashiva has beautifully given us the deeper truth, how they existed and how the Ganges civilization, Yamuna civilization, and how all these civilizations exist as avadanis, manifesting the ultimate powers of Paramashiva. Now we have lost the science, and Bhagavan is giving us all this information and all this knowledge and all this initiation for us to raise into that space of oneness. And if we are listening to this, we are the chosen one to manifest all these powers. Again and again, Bhagavan is raising us into the space, giving us the superconscious mutation. How the Pancha Pandavas happened because of the superconscious mutation, each one of us can experience that deep oneness and manifest these powers and have a glimpse of all the superconscious mutation that Bhagavan is speaking about in the power manifestation. When we understand that individual mind, when it unites into the consciousness, goes beyond the root pattern and experience the oneness with Paramashiva, then whatever is seen or not seen is Paramashiva. Everything that exists is Paramashiva. Bhagavan beautifully says how the integrity and authenticity describes the state of Paramashiva, and responsibility enriching starts making the space of Paramashiva. When we take the responsibility again and again to reside as Paramashiva and be in that oneness space and not let the mind delude us into all the negative thoughts, when we are very clear again and again to start experiencing Paramashiva as our reality, whether we are drinking a cup of coffee or walking or making a financial decisions, whatever we are doing, continuously holding the space, Paramashiva is manifesting, Paramashiva is thinking, Paramashiva is walking, Paramashiva is experiencing. When we start understanding that ultimate is happening in us, in every action or every thought and every word, we become the ultimate. It is pretty simple, Bhagavan says, but continuously cognizing that whatever Paramashiva is saying, to start living that greater science, we start experiencing the superconscious mutation. Bhagavan is waiting to download all this great science in each one of us to manifest these great powers. And for the start, the tapas that we need to do, it's not like we land up on the moon the first day. We have the school, we have the primary, secondary, and the higher secondary, and then the college, and then we go for the NASA training, and then we have the whole training for few years before we land on the moon. Same way, Bhagavan is giving us a foundation for us to experience all these greater powers. First, to get past, he says, if you see the Balasans, you'll start understanding that superconscious mutation is the way of existential reality, how we exist and manifest the new dimension, new way of existing on planet Earth. That's what Bhagavan calls it as new gen rather than next gen, and completely into the higher superconscious mutation. Beautifully, how Bhagavan said the Avadanis lived, and Renuka was one of the greatest person who was the wife of Jamagni, and she was in such a chaste person, that she was in such a oneness space, how the Panchabandavas were born in the superconscious mutation, like that she was going to the river every day to hold the water, which is made of a pot of a running sand. The sand water, you can never make a pot. You need a clay to make a pot. But she could make a pot because of her chastity, and she could get water in that every single day. But one day, when she saw the Gandharva, just one thought of hers just made her drop that power and get into the delusion. And once she got into the delusion, she didn't know how to address to the Rishi. And Rishi simply read her mind and knew what was going on. They lived in such a high oneness space, such a high space of manifesting every action as manifestation, as their reality, as superconscious mutation, as their reality. This is from Mahabharata. All this great, Bhagavan says, is in Epic and Purana, how they exist as a superconscious mutation. Bhagavan beautifully gives us the more powerful cognition, how he says, the greater realization I had should not be bothered about the imaginary opinion of others. I should be living the higher reality constantly from beyond what the negative thoughts and experience the deeper reality. He once bought the food for his guru, but it happened that he was little shy to get lot more food for the guru, and simply the gurus asked him to go around begging continuously so that he can drop the imaginary delusion of the other's opinion. And Bhagavan beautifully describes that in this powerful cognition space.
And it's a different lifestyle. But in that same street, I have to beg now. All will make fun. What happened to your grandfather and his wealth? They will ask all questions and they will tell my grandfather. That is the next problem. That your grandson is begging in the street. Why you are not giving food for him? Of course, one good thing I had. I think this is the greatest boon Sadashiva gave. Just obeying the Guru Vak. I think that's the greatest wealth I brought with me, I tell you. The future may think, future may describe various things as my main contribution. Some may say my Gurukul is my contribution, and some may say the science of manifesting powers is my great contribution. Some may say science of enlightenment is my great contribution. But I tell you, the greatest thing I brought, which was useful for me, is surrender to the Guru Vak. If any of you feel in a very short span, in a very young age, in small number of years, I have done big work. Whoever feels, if you feel that, if you want to know the secret, I tell you, complete surrender to the Guru Vak, to the letter and spirit, that reduced lot of time wastage. The moment my Guru said, go and beg the same street, in the same shop and bring food, I know Now it is serious. It's not casual. It's not fun anymore. It means I have done something out of my pattern or out of the context which my masters are correcting. I tell you, I stood up, straight went to that street, begged and brought whatever I got. Naturally, all friends, family, they all gave so many things. I have to take a small pulling cart. In villages, there will not be rickshaw, the hand-pulled cart. So I have to hire a small hand-pulled cart to bring all the items I got as bhiksha to my guru. So I hired a small vehicle and brought the whole thing and put it at the feet of both the gurus, and I realized, understand, that was one of the greatest realization I had. I should not be bothered about imaginary opinions of others. I tell you, the liberation that happened at that moment is still now useful for me. Next day I had a chance to talk to both my friends. They were asking me, hey, why were you going for bhiksha in all the shops? Did you do any prayer, or is it any divine commitment? In villages we have a habit that if somebody is sick, they pray to Venkateshwara and Kuladevata, that they will go for bhiksha and bring and offer it in the undi. Still we do that. Every Puratasi month, all the Vaishnavas, they go for bhiksha and take it and offer it to Vishnu temple, and Shaivites every Margasirsha month go for bhiksha and offer it to the Shiva temple. They asked, when both the friends asked me that, hey, did you have any prayer? Why were you begging? In the mind I was thinking, only you fellows are responsible for my begging. And only now I understand, you guys did not even have the idea which I was thinking you guys will be having. Understand, if you understand this one truth, the amount of time you are wasting in your life without moving towards your goal will be cut 80%. I am telling you. My idea that this is what they will be thinking, even though they are not thinking, and even if they are thinking, that should not be postponing or pushing my decisions and my actions. But imagining this is what they will be thinking and not doing what I am supposed to do. Please understand, this is one of the most powerful, sickening patterns in which all of us are stuck. Sickening pattern. Yes, if I worked on completion, I myself would have got out of that pattern, but when I am 50, fortunately, I had that implicit surrender to Guru Vak. It only took 50 minutes for me to get out. When I was going and doing bhiksha, I just know the pattern. There is some pattern. That is the reason. Some reason. Something is not right in me. That is the reason
I did not take that prasad and just come and came back.
Shakshi Pramana.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained how we think of the negative things, but actually in reality it is not happening that way. Here the Balasans are sharing their experience of the power manifestation.
Yesterday, Swamiji told that no obstacles will be facing. The moment I initiated immediately. Yesterday, Swamiji told that no obstacles will be facing. The moment I initiated, immediately you guys will start manifesting. When he told, the confidence it came. So when I was sitting with my friend and manifesting, immediately the whole group started materializing Kumkum, Chandan. By seeing the materialization, even I got very excited and decided to manifest. And immediately started manifesting body scanning, house scanning, and mind reading.
One thing that I forgot to mention about my Yanamaya was that I had wrote down a name of a deity, Ma Mariaman, and I had folded it so she couldn't see it. And she actually got the name within 2 tries. It was amazing.
Beautifully, they were able to manifest immediately when they were connected to Bhagwan, and when he said, just you will manifest, you are in space of oneness, you will simply manifest, and they just made it as reality, Guru's word as their reality. Here you can have a partner, and the partner can write down different words, and you can have more than one partner also. Or you want to scan some happenings of some place, you can write the place, and you can simply see through your third eye, and whatever appears, start writing down the detail, and simply you can verify at the end of the session all that Bhagwan has downloaded. Bhagwan is talking about 1,000 heads getting downloaded, how Patanjali and how these great saints manifested all these great powers, which is possibility in our brain. Even as Einstein, even as a science could say only 25% that he uses his brain, then what happens to our brain, which can be used if we use the full fledge of the brain that is possible for each one of us to manifest all this great truth into reality. And step by step, we start experiencing this truth into our life. We'll start understanding life is a manifestation and live as gods and goddesses on planet Earth. What we are going to do now, all that we need to do is chant the Mahavakya, deeply connecting to Paramashiva, and chant the Mahavakya. And once we are chanting the Mahavakya, the frequency simply raises into that beautiful space of oneness, manifest as powers. Bhagavan beautifully says, sit as 25 heads, 75 eyes, and 50 hands. Be very clear. See yourself as Paramashiva, Parashakti, or your Ishta Devata constantly. And you will simply experience the higher reality. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely to experience the deeper oneness with Paramashiva. And whatever Paramashiva shows, please go ahead and write down the detail, and you can verify at the end of the session. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya deeply from our navel center, vibrating with the Mahavakya and the deep listening, surrendering to Paramashiva, dissolving into Paramashiva, in dissolving and disappearing in deep gratitude and thanking Bhagavan.
Headed 50-handed Paramashiva as eternally 16, youthful. Commit with Paramashiva. Only He exists. Anything else is delusion. Now, sit straight. We'll enter into the process.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes.
Slowly, very slowly, open your eyes, and whatever Paramashiva has shown, please verify with your partner. Whatever they are thinking in the mind, is it exactly what you have written down? You can share all this greater truth in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Again and again, Bhagavan says, how you experience the pramanas, cognition shifts happen, and then the cognition manifests as powers. Buddhi is equal to Shakti, Shakti is equal to Buddhi. And when you manifest powers, Bhagavan says, power manifestation, extreme manifestation is extreme causing. You will be celebrating yourself, experiencing that superconscious mutation, the bliss in you. You will be telling the world what you experience, and that is the causing. More and more you cause others reality to raise them to the superconscious mutation, that they can come for the satsang, initiation, do the puja, do the yoga. You are in that space of oneness with Paramashiva. Go on enriching and causing the world, and you will experience the same as your reality. Let's surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation at Bhagwan's lotus feet in deep gratitude, thanking Bhagwan for showering all this greater truth initiation every single day, and thanking all of you and all the social media manifesting the powers of Paramashiva with simple integrity, simple obedience. Like Bhagwan says, Guru Vak as life. Every day doing the 4 padas, starting with the Yoga Pada, then Kriya Pada, the Puja, then the Jnana Pada, that is the Satsang, initiation and power manifestation. And experiencing this is the Charya Pada, lifestyle itself. And simply you can manifest any reality, Bhagavan says. So thank you for being here and sharing all this greater truth to the world. And let's end the session with the Purna Mantra, holding the powerful cognition. Paramashiva is real in thought, word, and action, seeing everything, everyone as Paramashiva as reality. And let's chant the Purna Mantra to end the session. Let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring your awareness to your third eye and chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. The next session will be at 6 p.m. at IST. See you for more power manifestation session. Thank you, Nithyanandam. You can log in through KAILASA to join the next session. Thank you.